Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, we journey into the heart of an ancient Celtic legend. A princess with the hands of a healer tends her secret garden. But when a dying knight washes ashore from a foreign land, fate will demand payment for the life she saves. As always, liking and subscribing would mean the world to me, as it helps my stories spread a little magic to those who might need it. Now, cozy up and take a deep breath as we travel back 1,000 years to a time of myth and legend. The air in the walled garden hung thick with the scent of chamomile and damp earth. Princess Iseult knelt, her fingers gently pressing a cool green paste into a gash on a young boy's leg. He was one of the kitchen staff, a boy named Donal who had slipped on wet stones. "Does it sting, my lady?" he asked, his voice a nervous squeak. He stared wide-eyed at her pale hands, stained with the juices of comfrey leaf. Iseult offered him a small, reassuring smile. "Only for a moment," she said, her voice as soft as the moss growing between the flagstones. "The leaves are telling the skin to be calm. You must be calm too, so it can listen." She finished her work and began wrapping the wound with clean linen. Her handmaiden, Brangwain, stood nearby, holding a basket of herbs. "You have a gift, Iseult," Brangwain said, her tone a mixture of admiration and worry. "Your hands know things that books can never teach." Iseult tied off the bandage and gave the boy's shoulder a gentle pat. "There. No more running on the slick stones. The garden spirits do not like it." The boy scrambled to his feet, bowed clumsily, and darted away, his limp already seeming less pronounced. Iseult watched him go, the small smile fading from her lips. "It is not a gift, Brangwain," she murmured, rising to her feet and wiping her hands on her apron. "It is just listening." She walked towards the edge of the garden, where the wall met the sky. The roar of the sea below was a constant, mournful sigh. "My mother teaches me the properties of plants," Iseult continued, her gaze fixed on the gray horizon. "And my father teaches me the properties of a princess." "What properties are those?" Brangwain asked, joining her at the wall. Iseult picked a single wilting petal from a climbing rose. "To be beautiful, to be silent, and to be traded." A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the cry of gulls. The whispers from the great hall were impossible to ignore. whispers of the dragon that savaged the coast, whispers of the king's promise. They speak of it again, Brangwain said quietly, confirming Iseult's fears. A ship from Cornwall was sighted at dawn. Another champion, they say. Iseult closed her eyes, her knuckles white as she gripped the stone wall. Another man hoping to buy a kingdom with my life. He will fail, like all the others, Brangwain said, trying to sound confident. The beast is a creature of nightmare. No mortal can defeat it. Iseult opened her eyes. They held no hope, only a deep, weary resignation. One day, Brangwain, one of them will not fail. And on that day, my hands will be good for nothing but waving farewell from the deck of a stranger's ship. She turned from the sea, her face a mask of quiet sorrow. Come, she said, her voice now flat and devoid of emotion. Let us see if the feverfew is ready to be harvested. She walked back into the heart of her fragrant living world. A beautiful prize, trapped in a beautiful cage. A week passed. The Cornish ship was gone. Its champion presumably devoured like the others before him. A fragile, temporary peace settled over the castle once more. One morning, Iseult sought the quiet solitude of the coast. The sea lavender will be in bloom, she told Brangwain. Its scent calms the heart. Or it will simply make the air smell sweet while your heart remains troubled, Brangwain countered. But she followed dutifully. They walked along a lonely stretch of shore where a small river bled into the sea. The marshy ground was thick with tall green reeds that whispered in the wind. It was Brangwain who saw it first. A flash of something out of place. Not the dull brown of wet driftwood, but the glint of dulled metal. My lady, look, she whispered, pointing with a trembling finger. Partially submerged in the brackish water, lying tangled in the reeds, was a man. He was clad in battered, foreign-looking armor. Iseult's heart seized in her chest. Is he from the ship? She breathed. He must be, Brangwain said, her voice tight with fear. The dragon's work, no doubt. Stay here, Iseult commanded, her healer's instinct overriding her fear. She gathered her skirts and waded carefully into the shallow water. The man was lying face down. His breathing was a shallow, ragged rattle. She knelt beside him, the cold water seeping into her dress. Gently, she turned him over. His face was pale as death, smeared with mud and blood. But even through the grime, she could see he was young. His features were noble, sculpted like the heroes in the old tales. A terrible, weeping burn covered one side of his face and neck. A deep gash in his side bled sluggishly into the water, staining it a pale rose. "He is alive," Iseult called to Brangwain, her voice full of a strange urgency. "Barely. We must help him." Brangwain hurried to her side, her face a mask of disbelief. "Help him?" "Iseult. He is a stranger, an invader for all we know." "He is a dying man," Iseult replied fiercely, her eyes scanning his wounds. "And I am a healer. That is all that matters now." "We cannot bring him to the castle," Brangwain hissed, her practical mind racing. "What would your father say? A foreign knight, washed up like flotsam? He'd have him thrown in a dungeon or worse." "Then he will not know," Iseult decided in an instant. Her own melancholy and resentment for her father's plans fueled her defiance. This small act of rebellion was hers alone. There is the old gatekeeper's lodge by the west wall. It has been empty for years. We will take him there. Getting him there was a nightmare. He was a dead weight, groaning in his delirium. They half carried, half dragged him from the marsh, hiding in the shadows of the dunes. They smuggled him through a little-used postern gate. Finally, they laid him on a dusty cot in the abandoned lodge. He shivered uncontrollably, his skin burning with fever. As Iseult began the painstaking work of cutting away his ruined armor and cleaning his wounds, she felt a profound sense of purpose. Here was no politics, no marriage pacts, no dragons. Here was only a life hanging by a fragile thread. And she, Iseult, was the only one holding it. She worked through the day and into the night, a quiet intensity settling over her. She did not know his name. She did not know his story. But as she placed a cool, damp cloth on his fevered brow, she felt a strange, protective pull towards the broken man from the sea. The days that followed fell into a secret, hushed rhythm. Iseult spent every spare moment in the dusty solitude of the gatekeeper's lodge. She told her father she was experimenting with new poultices that required isolation. He was pleased by her dedication, never suspecting the truth. The night remained lost in a fevered dream world. He would cry out in a language she did not understand, his limbs thrashing. Iseult would soothe him with cool cloths and whispered words. "Hush now," she would murmur, as if calming a frightened animal. "You are safe here." She brewed potent teas of willow bark to fight the fever. She made pastes of yarrow and moss to pack his weeping wounds. Slowly, painstakingly, she drew him back from the edge of death's shadow. On the 5th day, his fever broke. He opened his eyes. They were a clear, startling blue, like a winter sky. He stared at her, his expression clouded with confusion. "Where?" he rasped, his voice rough from disuse. "You are in Ireland," Iseult said softly, offering him a small cup of water. "You are safe." He drank greedily, then sank back onto the cot, his gaze never leaving her face. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am the one who found you," she said, avoiding a direct answer. "And you?" A flicker of caution crossed his face. "My name is Tantris," he said. "A merchant, shipwrecked on your shores." Iseult knew he was lying. No merchant had hands as calloused by a sword hilt as his. No merchant's body was a map of old white scars. But she did not challenge him. He had a right to his secrets, just as she had hers. As he regained his strength, a quiet bond began to form between them. He would watch her for hours as she ground herbs with a stone pestle. She would ask him about the stars in his homeland. He spoke of a place called Cornwall, a land of high cliffs and granite tors. He spoke with a deep, aching sadness of the king he served. His presence filled the small room, a mixture of profound strength and a deep, unspoken sorrow. Iseult found herself looking forward to their secret meetings. His voice was a low, pleasant hum in the silence of her life. One afternoon, while he slept, she decided to clean his sword. It had lain propped in the corner, a grim reminder of the violence that had brought him here. The blade was stained and dull. She took a soft cloth and some fine oil and began to polish it. As she worked, her fingers traced a small, distinct notch near the hilt. A flaw in the otherwise perfect steel. Her breath caught in her throat. Her heart began to pound a slow, heavy drumbeat of dread. She left the lodge, her movements stiff and dreamlike. She went to her own chambers, her mind a whirlwind of disbelief and horror. From a carved wooden chest, hidden beneath her silken gowns, she took out a small, silk-lined box. Inside lay a single jagged shard of dark metal. It was the splinter her mother had pulled from the skull of her uncle, Morholt. Her beloved uncle, slain years ago in single combat by a champion from Cornwall. She carried the box back to the lodge, her hands trembling so hard she feared she would drop it. Tristan, Tantris, was still asleep. With shaking fingers, she held the shard of metal against the notch in his sword. It fit perfectly. A terrible, cold certainty washed over her. The man she had saved, the man she had spoken to with a soft voice, the man whose presence had become a quiet comfort. He was her family's killer. He was Tristan of Cornwall. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. The air in the small room grew thick and hard to breathe. Iseult stared at the sword, at the shard of metal that sealed her terrible discovery. The quiet bond she had felt growing between them curdled into poison. The gentleness in her heart was scorched away by a hot, white wave of fury. He was the cause of years of her family's grief, the reason for her mother's silent tears. He was a lie, wrapped in a noble face and a soft voice. She looked at him, sleeping peacefully on the cot. The vulnerability she had once pitied now looked like a mockery. Her duty was clear. Vengeance for her kinsman. Justice for the honor of her house. Her movements were stiff, her grace gone, replaced by a cold, sharp purpose. She lifted the heavy sword. It felt alien in her hands, an instrument of ending, not healing. She stood over him, the polished steel gleaming in the dim light from the single window. She raised it high above her head. The muscles in her arms screamed with the unfamiliar weight. This was it. One clean strike. One final motion to balance the scales of fate. But her arms would not descend. They trembled, locked in place by an invisible force. Her gaze fell on his sleeping face. She did not see the champion of Cornwall. She did not see the killer of her uncle. She saw the man she had pulled from the reeds, his life as fragile as a bird's wing. She saw the patient she had coaxed back from the brink of death. She remembered the way he'd flinched when she first cleaned his wounds, the grateful look in his eyes when he took his first sip of water. To kill him now, in his sleep, in a place where he believed he was safe. It felt like a betrayal, not of her family, but of her own spirit. It was the act of an executioner, not a healer. A choked sob escaped her lips, a sound of frustration and anguish. The sword suddenly felt impossibly heavy. It slipped from her grasp and clattered to the stone floor with a deafening clang. Tristan's eyes flew open. His gaze shot from the sword on the floor to her face, twisted with grief and rage. He saw the shard of metal still clutched in her other hand, and he understood. He did not move. He did not plead. He simply lay there, his blue eyes holding hers, his expression one of profound, weary resignation. He had been waiting for this. "You know," he said. It was not a question. "My uncle's name was Morholt," Iseult whispered, her voice cracking. Tristan closed his eyes for a moment. A flicker of deep pain crossed his face. "He was a great warrior," he said quietly. "It was a battle of champions. It was my duty." "And what is my duty?" she cried, tears finally streaming down her face. "To avenge him? Or to spare the man I saved from the sea?" Tristan slowly pushed himself into a sitting position. He looked at her, his gaze direct and honest, stripped of all artifice. "I cannot answer that for you," he said. "But I can tell you why I am here. I slew the dragon." Iseult stared at him, uncomprehending. "The beast that plagued your lands, I killed it. That is how I received these wounds. I came to win the hand of the Irish princess, for my king, for my uncle, Mark of Cornwall. The final, brutal piece of the puzzle slammed into place. He had not just killed her kinsman. He had come to claim her. Not for himself, but as a prize to be delivered to another. She was bound by her father's promise to marry the uncle of the man she should hate, the man whose life she now held in her hands. She looked at the sword on the floor, then back at his face. She could still kill him, but the fire of her rage had cooled, leaving only the cold, bitter ashes of a terrible choice. She had given him his life once. She could not take it back now. "Get dressed," she said, her voice hollow. "My father will want to see the hero who killed the dragon." And his prize, the castle erupted in a joyous chaos. The dragon was dead. Tristan, no longer a secret patient, but a celebrated hero, was given a place of high honor at the king's table. He was praised for his courage. He was toasted for his strength. Iseult sat beside her father, a silent, beautiful statue. She watched Tristan accept the accolades, his face a mask of polite humility. No one saw the shared, terrible knowledge that passed between them in stolen glances. It was a secret current that crackled in the air. My father's daughter, my uncle's killer, the man I saved, the man who bought me. Her fate was sealed. The day of departure arrived like a shroud falling over the world. The sky was the color of lead. The sea, a churning cauldron of gray. Iseult stood on the deck of the Cornish ship, a stranger in her own story. Her mother, the queen, came to her for a final farewell. Her face was etched with a grief as deep as her daughter's. She knew she was sending Iseult to a life of duty, not love, a political alliance with the court that had taken her brother's life. The queen pulled her daughter into a fierce embrace. "I cannot change your fate, my child," she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. "But I will not send you to it empty-handed." She turned to Brangwain, Iseult's loyal and terrified handmaiden. From the folds of her cloak, the queen produced a small golden flask. It was heavy in the hand, chased with designs of entwined ivy and sleeping swans. "Listen carefully, Brangwain," the queen commanded, her voice low and urgent. "This is not wine. This is a potion, a binding of hearts." Brangwain's eyes widened. "It was brewed under a full moon," the queen continued, "with flowers that bloom only in twilight, with whispers of starlight, with ancient spells that bind two souls into one. Guard it with your life. On the wedding night, when the king and my daughter are alone, you will serve them this. They will drink, and their hearts will be joined. She will know a true and lasting love. She will find happiness, not just duty. Do you understand?" Brangwain, pale and trembling, nodded. "I swear it, my queen. Swear it on my daughter's future." the queen said, pressing the heavy flask into Brangwain's hands. Iseult watched the exchange, a dull ache spreading through her chest. A magical solution for a political problem. A potion to force a love that could not grow on its own. It felt like another gilded chain being wrapped around her heart. The horns sounded for departure. The queen kissed Iseult one last time, her tears finally falling, hot against her daughter's cheek. "Be happy, my love," she murmured. It sounded less like a wish and more like a desperate prayer. Iseult stood frozen at the ship's rail as the ropes were cast off. She watched her mother grow smaller on the shore. She watched her garden, her castle, her entire life recede into the gray mist. Tristan stood at the ship's helm, his back to her. He was a stone silhouette against the stone-colored sky, the constant, living reminder of all she had lost, and the silent guardian of all she was about to lose. The voyage was a long, waking dream of misery. A thick fog clung to the ship, erasing both the shore behind and the horizon ahead. They were adrift in a world of grey water and grey silence. Iseult kept to her small cabin, a prisoner of her own grief. Tristan remained on deck, a stoic statue at the helm, his face etched by the salt spray and his own inner turmoil. They avoided each other. The space between them was a chasm of unspoken words and shared, terrible knowledge. When they were forced to speak, their words were formal, brittle things. "The wind is turning, my lady. You should go below." "Thank you for your concern, Sir Tristan." Each polite phrase was a lie. Each courteous nod was a fresh wound. On the third day, the fog burned away, leaving behind a sweltering, airless heat. The sun beat down relentlessly on the deck. The sea was a flat, glassy mirror. Iseult emerged from her cabin, seeking a breath of air that was not there. She felt faint, the oppressive heat, and the even more oppressive sorrow making the world sway around her. She leaned against the ship's rail for support. Tristan saw her from across the deck. He saw her pallor, the way she clung to the rail as if to keep from falling. His duty, his guilt, his carefully constructed wall of indifference, it all crumbled in a moment of pure, human concern. "My lady, you are unwell," he said, his voice rough with an emotion he could not hide. "You need water. Wine." He turned, desperate to find her some comfort. He called out to a young cabin boy swabbing the deck nearby. "Bring wine for the princess, the best we have." The boy, eager to please the great knight, scurried off. He knew nothing of a royal vintage stored for the journey. But in the luggage piled in the main cabin, he had seen a beautiful, heavy flask of gold. Surely, a flask so fine must contain the most precious drink on the ship. He found it tucked away in Brangwain's unattended bags. He brought it to Tristan, his chest puffed with pride. Tristan took the flask. It was cool and heavy in his hand. He did not recognize it. He assumed it was a special wine brought from Iseult's own stores. He brought it to her. "Here, my lady," he said gently. "Drink. It will restore you." Iseult looked at the golden flask, then at his face. She saw no guile there, only a genuine, aching concern that mirrored the turmoil in her own heart. She thought it was nothing more than wine, a momentary truce in their silent war. "You will share it with me," she said. It was not a request, but a quiet command. A shared drink, a final bitter toast to the duty that bound and separated them. Tristan nodded. He uncorked the heavy stopper and drank first, as was his duty to ensure it was not poisoned. The liquid was cool and sweet on his tongue. It tasted of honey, of wild berries, of a summer evening he could not quite remember. He passed the flask to her. Iseult raised it to her lips. She drank deeply. A strange warmth, potent and immediate, spread from her chest through her entire body. The oppressive heat of the day vanished. The gray misery that had lived in her heart for weeks, for years, simply dissolved. The world, once dull and flat, suddenly blazed with a brilliant, impossible light. The wood of the ship's rail glowed with a life of its own. The blue of the sky was so deep and pure, it hurt to look at. She lowered the flask, her breath catching in her throat, and then she looked at Tristan. It was as if she had been blind her entire life, and only now had her eyes been opened. She saw him. Not the knight, not the killer, not the guardian. She saw the man. The blue of his eyes was not the cold of a winter sky, but the deep, gentle blue of a twilight that promised peace. The lines of sorrow on his face were not marks of a stranger's grief, but a map of a pain she instinctively knew how to heal. Every part of her being, every fiber of her soul sang out with a single earth-shattering truth. Him. It has always been him. Across the deck, Tristan stared back at her, his face a mask of stunned wonder. He saw her. Not the princess, not the prize, not the symbol of his duty. He saw the woman. The gold of her hair was not just a color, but the captured light of the sun he had been searching for his entire life. The curve of her lip held all the world's beauty and all its sorrow. His loyalty to his king, his honor as a knight. They were ashes. They were meaningless words from a forgotten language. There was only one sacred thing in the universe, and it was her. Time stopped. The ship, the sea, the sky, they all faded into a blur. There was only the space between them, a space that was no longer a chasm of grief, but a vibrant, humming bridge. A love so absolute, so instantaneous, so complete, it defied all reason. It was not a choice. It was a recognition. The finding of a part of his own soul he had not known was missing. He took a step toward her. She took a step toward him. And in that moment, a horrified shriek shattered the spell. No. Brangwain stood there, her hands clasped to her mouth, her face white with terror. She pointed a trembling finger at the golden flask, which had fallen unheeded to the deck. The flask. What have you done? She wailed. The world rushed back in, cold and sharp and cruel. The potion, Brangwain sobbed, her words tumbling over one another. It was the love draught from the Queen, for the wedding night, for you and King Mark. The brilliant light that had filled Iseult's world moments before was snuffed out, replaced by a cold, dawning horror. This perfect, all-consuming love was not a miracle. It was a mistake, a magical, irreversible error. She looked at Tristan. The wonder on his face was now mirrored by his own terror. They had not found each other. They had been captured. They were prisoners of a fate brewed in a bottle. What have we done? Tristan whispered, the words stolen from his own lungs. He looked at his hands, the hands that were sworn to deliver this woman safely to his uncle. Now, he knew with a certainty that went deeper than his bones. He would rather die than let any other man touch her. Iseult looked at the Cornish coast, now a faint, dark line on the horizon. She was sailing toward a marriage with a man she could never love, while her very soul was now eternally, hopelessly bound to the man at her side. They had drunk a potion of fated love, and in doing so, they had swallowed a poison of unending sorrow. They had found their heaven, and it was, and would forever be, their hell. King Mark's court at Tintagel was a place of light and song. Great fires roared in the hearths, casting flickering shadows on walls hung with rich tapestries. The king himself was a good man, his laughter loud, his heart generous. He adored his beautiful new queen. He cherished his heroic nephew. And to Tristan and Iseult, this kindness was a constant, exquisite torture. Their life became a masterpiece of deception, a beautiful, terrible lie they performed from dawn until dusk. During the day, she was the gracious queen, he the loyal knight. Their words were a minefield of courtesy. "My lady, the king asks for your presence." "Thank you, Sir Tristan. Please tell him I am coming." Each formal title was a fresh cut. Every polite smile was a mask hiding a silent scream. But their eyes betrayed them. Across the noise of the great hall, their gazes would meet. In that fleeting, silent connection, entire conversations passed. A look of shared sorrow, a flash of desperate longing, a silent promise. I am here. I see you. I love you. Sometimes their hands would brush as he passed her a goblet of wine. The touch was brief, accidental, but it would send a shock of lightning through them both. A forbidden warmth that left them trembling. Tristan's music became their only true language. When he played the harp, he no longer played for the court. He played only for her, a joyful, soaring melody was a memory of their first shocking moment of love on the ship. A low, mournful tune was the sound of his despair at seeing her beside the king. A fast, frantic piece was a warning that someone was watching, and they were always being watched. The court was home to men whose ambition was greater than their honor. A dwarf named Frochin, his body as twisted as his mind, saw the truth in their guarded eyes. He whispered his suspicions to the other barons. They are too careful, he would hiss in the shadows. Their courtesy is a cloak for a fire that rages beneath. The barons, jealous of Tristan's favor with the king, listened eagerly. They began to watch. They noted how the queen's laughter was only genuine when Tristan was near. They saw how the knight's gaze followed her every move. They began to whisper their own poison into the king's ear. "My lord, we fear for your honor. The queen and your nephew, their bond seems unnatural." King Mark, at first, would dismiss them with a wave of his hand. He loved them both. He trusted them. But the whispers were like water dripping on a stone. Constant, persistent, erosive. A seed of doubt was planted in his good and honest heart. For Tristan and Iseult, the walls of the castle became the walls of a cage. The cheerful light of the court felt like the harsh glare of an interrogator. Every day was a performance. Every night was a new torment of longing. And with every passing moment, they could feel the net of whispers tightening around them. The jealous barons, led by the dwarf Frosin, demanded proof. King Mark, his heart heavy with a dread he could no longer ignore, finally agreed to their cruel scheme. One night, after a long feast, Frosin crept from the shadows. He scattered a fine layer of white flour on the stone floor of the corridor. It lay like a fresh fall of snow between the queen's chambers and the room where Tristan slept. "Now we will see," the dwarf whispered to the watching barons. "A ghost leaves no footprints." Later, in the deep silence of the castle, Tristan could not bear it any longer. He needed to see her. He needed a single, stolen moment of truth in a life made of lies. He crept from his room. He saw the pale, treacherous trap gleaming in the moonlight from a high window. His heart hammered against his ribs. To turn back was unthinkable. To be caught was death. He was a knight, his body honed by years of training. He took a running start and leaped. He soared through the air, a silent shadow, clearing the white expanse of flour completely. He landed without a sound on the stones outside her door. But the strain of the desperate leap was too much. An old wound in his leg, a scar from the dragon's tooth, tore open. He did not feel the pain, but a single, dark drop of his blood fell upon the pure white flower. A single crimson betrayal. In the morning, the barons discovered it. They brought King Mark to the corridor, their faces alight with triumphant malice. The king stared at the single drop of blood. It was an undeniable testament, the proof he had prayed he would never find. His heart did not break with a roar of fury, but with a low, tearing sound of profound sorrow. The trial was a formality. The lovers were brought before the court, their heads bowed, their shared guilt a visible shroud. The barons clamored for their execution. "To the stake," they cried. "Let them burn for their treason." King Mark, his face a grey mask of grief, could not speak. He simply nodded. As they were led from the great hall, past the stunned and silent court, Tristan knew he had only moments. They passed the small chapel that perched on the very edge of the cliffs. "My lords," Tristan said, his voice clear and steady, "allow me one final prayer. Let me make my peace with God before I meet my judgment." The guards, seeing no harm in it, agreed. They pushed him inside the cold stone chapel and barred the door. Tristan did not kneel. He ran to the far wall, to the tall stained glass window that overlooked the sea. Without a second's hesitation, he hurled himself through it. Glass, lead, and man plunged into the empty air. The guards rushed in to find only a shattered window and the sound of the churning sea far below. They assumed he was dead, dashed on the rocks. But Tristan had aimed for a deep channel of water. He survived the fall. He swam to the shore, battered and bruised, but alive. And he waited. He hid among the rocks, watching the castle, his heart a cold, hard knot of fear and hope. As night fell, he saw a procession of guards leading a single cloaked figure from the castle. Iseult. They were taking her to a leper colony, a fate some considered worse than death. Tristan moved like a phantom from the shadows. He was one man against a dozen, but he was driven by a love that made him invincible. He fought not with fury, but with a cold, desperate efficiency. He did not kill. He disabled. He moved through the guards like a whisper of wind and steel. In moments, it was over. He stood before Iseult, his chest heaving, his sword dripping with seawater. She threw back her hood, her eyes shining with tears. She ran to him. He took her hand, his grip firm and certain. "Come," he said, and together they fled into the darkness of the woods, leaving the world of kings and courts and lies behind them, the world of stone walls and whispered lies vanished behind them. They ran until their lungs burned and the sounds of pursuit faded into silence. They entered the deep, tangled heart of the forest of Morois, and for the first time since they had drunk from the golden flask, they were free. The forest became their cathedral and their home. Sunlight filtered through a high green canopy of leaves was their stained glass. The wind whispering through the ancient oaks was their choir. They were no longer a queen and a knight, burdened by titles and duties. They were simply Tristan and Iseult. Their life was stripped to its barest essentials: hunger, thirst, shelter, and love. Tristan, with his great bow, hunted deer and wild boar. Iseult, with her deep knowledge of the wild, found edible roots and berries. She knew which mushrooms were safe, which streams ran purest. They drank from cupped hands and slept on beds of soft moss and fallen leaves. Their conversations were no longer stolen whispers in shadowed halls. They were long, meandering talks spoken under a blanket of stars. They spoke of their childhoods, of fears and dreams they had never shared with another soul. Iseult learned that Tristan's bravado was a shield for a deep, sorrowful heart. Tristan discovered that Iseult's quiet grace hid a spirit as wild and resilient as the forest itself. One evening, as they sat by a small, crackling fire, Tristan looked at her. Her face was smudged with dirt. Her hair was tangled with twigs. Her once fine gown was torn and travel-stained. He had never seen her look so beautiful. "Are you happy, my love?" he asked, his voice soft. Iseult looked around them at the dark, breathing forest. She looked at the rough shelter he had built from fallen branches. She looked at their meager meal of roasted rabbit. She felt no fear, no regret, no shame. For the first time in her life, she felt a profound and unshakable peace. "I have never been happier," she answered, and her voice held no trace of a lie. Their love, born in the strange fire of a magic potion, was now reforged. It was tempered by hardship, strengthened by shared survival. It was no longer a fated curse they had to endure. It was a choice they made every single day. To choose this life. To choose each other. They were poor. They were hunted. They were exiles from the world of men. But here, in the green, quiet heart of the forest, they had everything. It was a small, impossible pocket of peace, a stolen season of grace, a perfect, fragile happiness that they both knew in the deepest parts of their souls could not possibly last. The seasons turned. Summer's lush green gave way to the gold and rust of autumn. The hardship of their life grew as the days shortened and the air grew colder. But their love remained their only fire, and it burned bright enough to keep the chill at bay. One afternoon, King Mark was hunting in the forest. He had grown thin and grim, his laughter a forgotten sound at Tintagel. He pursued a great white stag deeper into the woods than he had ever gone before. The trail led him to a small, secluded glade he did not recognize. There, nestled at the base of an ancient oak, was a crude shelter of woven branches. His guards drew their swords, but the king waved them back. He dismounted and approached the shelter on foot, his heart a cold, heavy stone in his chest. He peered through a gap in the branches, and he saw them. Tristan and Iseult, asleep in the dappled afternoon light. They lay on a bed of dry moss, their faces peaceful and free from the torment he remembered so well. They looked not like treacherous nobles, but like lost children, exhausted by a long journey. The king's hand went to the hilt of his own sword. Rage, hot and sharp, flared within him for a single burning moment. He could end it now. End the shame. End the sorrow. But then his gaze fell upon something else. Between their sleeping forms lay Tristan's naked sword. The bright, deadly steel formed a clear, impassable line. A barrier. A symbol that, even here in their intimate exile, a strange and fragile wall of honor had remained between them. The king's anger collapsed, washed away by a great, desolate wave of pity. He saw not the traitors who had shamed him. He saw two wretched souls, captured and destroyed by a fate they had not chosen. He saw the profound, heartbreaking sorrow of their love. He could not bring himself to harm them, but he could not leave them to this life. This could not be the end for a queen and his greatest knight. Quietly, so as not to wake them, he took off his own embroidered glove. He reached through the branches and laid it gently on Iseult's chest. It was a sign, a message that their secret world had been found, a reminder of the kingdom, of duty, of the life that still existed beyond the forest. Then, without a sound, King Mark turned and led his hunting party away. When Tristan and Iseult awoke, the first thing they saw was the glove. It lay like a jewel on Iseult's ragged tunic, a stark, impossible piece of their old world. They knew at once what it meant. The king had been there. He had found them, and he had shown them mercy. The beautiful peace of their forest life was shattered. The world had found them again. They looked at each other, and the same terrible understanding passed between them. Their idyll was over. Their love, so pure here in the wild, would only bring chaos and war to the kingdom if they remained together. Their existence was a threat to the good king who had just spared their lives. They sat in silence as the sun set, the weight of their choice settling upon them. I must return to the court, Iseult said finally, her voice hollow. I will live as his queen, in name only. It is the only way to repay his mercy and protect his throne. Tristan nodded, his own heart breaking. And I will leave this land, he said, his voice thick with a grief that was deeper than any physical wound. I will go into exile. I will never see Cornwall, or you, again. Their farewell was not a scene of tears and passionate cries. It was a quiet, profound tearing of a single soul into two. They held each other one last time, a desperate, silent embrace under the cold, unpitying stars. It was the price of honor, the cost of a king's mercy. The end of their world, the years in Brittany, were like a long, grey dusk. Tristan moved through them as a man in a dream. He built a life, took a wife, and earned the respect of a new court. He was a lord of great renown, his name whispered with awe, but his heart remained in the forest of Morwas, asleep on a bed of moss. His wife, Kaya, was a woman of gentle spirit and kind eyes. She loved him with a quiet, desperate patience. But she knew she was married to a ghost. She would see him staring out at the sea for hours, his gaze fixed on the eastern horizon, towards Cornwall. She knew that a part of him would never be hers, and this knowledge was a small, secret sorrow she carried every day. Then came the battle at the river ford, a skirmish over land rights, a common enough affair. Tristan fought with his usual detached brilliance, a whirlwind of steel and sorrow. But a desperate soldier, seeing his lord fall, thrust a spear from the ground. It was a clumsy, lucky strike. The spear point barely grazed Tristan's side, but its tip had been smeared with a dark, viscous poison. The wound was small, but the venom was ancient and relentless. Within a day, a black fire began to creep through his veins. The healers of Brittany came with their poultices and their prayers. They shook their heads. The poison was beyond their art. Tristan lay in his bed, consumed by fever. He thrashed in his sweat-soaked sheets, his mind lost in a delirium of past and present. He saw the dragon's maw. He saw the king's heartbroken face. But most of all, he saw Iseult, her face in the firelight of their forest camp, her hands grinding herbs, her eyes shining with a love that defied the world. In a moment of terrible, burning clarity, he knew his body was dying from the poison, but his soul was dying from her absence. He was too weak to lift his head, but his voice was suddenly clear and urgent. "Kaelin," he rasped. His most loyal friend, a knight who had followed him from Cornwall, rushed to his side. "My lord, I am here." "You must take my ship," Tristan whispered, his breath catching. "You must sail to Tintagel." Kaelin's eyes widened. "To Cornwall?" "Find Queen Iseult," Tristan commanded, his voice gaining a strange strength from his desperation. "Find her. Kneel before her. Tell her that the dragon's poison is in my veins, but it is her absence that is truly killing me. Tell her my life is in her hands, as it always has been. Beg her to come." Tears streamed down Kaelin's rugged face. He nodded, unable to speak. "It is a long voyage," Tristan breathed, a wave of weakness washing over him. "A long wait. My strength is failing. We must have a sign. A sign, my lord? Yes, Tristan insisted. When you return, if she is with you, if she has shown me this one last mercy, fly a white sail, a sail of hope, so I might see it from my window and live until she arrives. He paused, a terrible shudder racking his body. And if she will not come, if she has forgotten me, then fly a black one, a sail of grief, so my heart knows it is time to rest. I swear it on my life, my lord, Kalin vowed. He left at once, the desperate hope of his friend a fire in his own heart. From the shadows of the room, Kaya watched him go. She had heard it all, and the final, terrible truth of her marriage settled upon her like a winter shroud. The days that followed were an agony. Tristan clung to life by the thinnest of threads. He refused food, taking only sips of water. His eyes, sunken and fever bright, remained fixed on the high castle window that faced the sea. He drifted in and out of consciousness, muttering Iseult's name in his sleep. Kaya tended to him dutifully. She bathed his brow. She changed his linens. She fed the fire of hope for a woman she had never met. Each act of care was an act of love for her husband and an act of torture for herself. She was nursing him only so that he could live for another. Time stretched and warped. A week felt like a year. Then, one bright, wind-swept afternoon, the cry came from the battlements. A ship on the horizon, making for the shore. The lookout's voice echoed through the castle. A jolt went through Tristan. His eyes, which had been dull with fever, suddenly blazed with a fierce, desperate light. He tried to push himself up, but fell back against the pillows, his strength gone. The sail, he breathed, his gaze locking with his wife's. Kaya, tell me, what is the color of the sail? Kaya walked to the high-arched window. Her movements were slow and deliberate, as if she were moving through deep water. The wind billowed the heavy curtains, carrying the scent of salt and the distant cries of gulls. She looked out at the sea. The ship was clear now, a proud vessel cutting swiftly through the waves, its destination certain. And at its mast, snapping and brilliant in the afternoon sun, was the sail. It was white, dazzlingly, perfectly, undeniably white. A sail of hope, a sail of healing, a sail of love that had crossed a sea of sorrow. Kaya stared at it, her heart a cold, hard knot in her chest. This was it. The ghost she had lived with for years was about to take form. The woman who had owned her husband's soul was coming to claim his body. All her years of quiet devotion, of patient love, of tending to a man who was never fully hers, they amounted to nothing. She was just the keeper of the house, the watcher by the bed, until the true queen arrived. A bitter, quiet jealousy, nursed for years in the shadows of her heart, finally uncoiled. It was not a hot rage, but a cold, devastating grief. She would have this one last thing, this one final moment of control in a life where she had possessed none. She turned from the window. She smoothed the folds of her dress and walked back to the bed where Tristan lay, his eyes burning with desperate hope. He was so weak, his life hanging by the thread of a single word from her lips. "Kaya," he breathed, his voice a fragile thing. "For the love of God, what color is the sail?" She looked down at him, at the man she loved with every fiber of her being. Her face was a calm, sorrowful mask. She took his hand. It was hot with fever. "The sail, my lord," she said, her voice soft and steady, betraying nothing. "It is black." The light in Tristan's eyes did not flicker. It simply went out. A sound left his lips. It was not a cry of pain, but a soft, final sigh of release. The thread of hope had been cut. His long, lonely battle was over. He had been forsaken. His body, which had fought against the poison for so long, seemed to finally accept it. He squeezed his wife's hand one last time, a gesture of thanks, perhaps, or of farewell. Then he turned his face to the cold stone wall, away from the window, away from the sea, away from a world that no longer held his love. And with a final shuddering breath, his heart stopped. Moments later, the chamber door burst open. Hurried footsteps, the rustle of a traveling cloak, a gasp of breath. Iseult stood there, her face flushed from her race up the stairs, her eyes wild with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. Her bag of herbs was clutched in her hand. She saw Kaya standing by the bed, her face as still and pale as marble. She saw the silent, unmoving form lying on the cot, a terrible, cold stillness fell over the room. "No," Iseult whispered, the word a small, lost thing in the sudden silence. She rushed to his side, pushing past the unresisting Kaya. She fell to her knees and touched his face. His skin was still warm, but the spirit, the light, the soul she had crossed the sea for, was gone. She had come with her healing hands, ready to fight the poison in his veins. But she was moments too late. She had not lost to a poison. She had lost to a lie. She looked at his peaceful face, and the great, overwhelming love that had been the anchor and the storm of her life had nowhere left to go. It was a force too immense for her body to contain. She felt no anger, no rage, only a profound, hollowing emptiness. Gently, she lay down on the bed beside him. She wrapped her arms around his still form, as if to warm him. She laid her head upon his chest. She kissed his lips, which were already growing cold. And with a soft, final sigh, as gentle as a leaf falling from a tree, her own great heart ceased to beat. Outside, the white sail flapped uselessly in the wind. Inside, finally, tragically, and forever, Tristan and Iseult were at peace, reunited in a silence that no king or court or ocean could ever break again.